dangerous, but it's had to have faith in it. The secret is to just be empty. Didn't know if it was wise to listen, but what could it hurt to try?
At first it was working, but then things were emerging. Cracked lips and tired eyes. I'm hungry with no appetite. I'm shivering and shaking, and I tell myself it's fine, but you can't fool your body. You can only fool your mind. Yeah, empty. I just need to be empty. Hide from anybody who'll prevent me. Just fill up on water and shame. No, I'm not hungry. I just ate. I developed a taste for this. Endure the never-ending ache. Convince myself I'm in control, and it's not all the voice that makes me sick.
Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, I'm looking, but I can't see myself. Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, but it's so hard to stop it alone. Getting even worse. All the days begin to merge. Yeah, just a blurry haze, and now it's almost second nature to ignore the urges. Can't trust my own nature, and every calorie a failure. Gotta push the intake down every day, cause the voice comes back to say, you want to eat? Bite your tongue. Don't wanna stay in embarrassment, just have to stomach it. They don't know what you want. A tug of war against common sense. I don't wanna believe that I've overstepped.
But it's so overwhelming, and I hope no one can tell, cause the numbers keep decreasing. This ordeal is becoming routine. Check, arms back, neck, thighs. Suck it in and pinch my thighs. The scales are betraying me. The mirror is a lie. Numbers, it all comes down to numbers. I know it's wrong, but just because you know you're colorblind doesn't mean you can see the colors. Fine, I admit I'm addicted, but the hunger feels good. How do I quit this? I know I could die. I've seen the statistics, but the voice is with me through thick and thin.
Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, I'm looking, but I can't see myself. Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, but it's so hard to stop it alone. Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, I'm looking, but I can't see myself. Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, but it's so hard to stop it alone.
I can reach out to someone not like me. If you ask for help, it doesn't make you weak. I can reach out to someone not like me. I can help my mind to learn to trust my love.
I can reach out to someone not like me. If you ask for help, it doesn't make you weak. I can reach out, ignore what the voice tells me. I can help my mind learn to trust my body. Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, I'm looking, but I can't see myself. Inside it's empty. I know it's wrong, but it's so hard to stop it alone. Inside it's empty. I can reach out. Inside it's empty.
I can reach out.
Cause it's too cold for you here and now, so let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater.
on a wire. One tries to fly away, and the other watches it close from that wire. He says he wants to as well, but he is a liar. I'll believe it all. There's nothing I won't understand. I'll believe it all. I won't let go of your hand. Two birds on a wire. One says come on, and the other says I'm tired. The sky's overcast, and I'm sorry. One more or one less, nobody's worried. I'll believe it all. There's nothing I won't understand. I'll believe it all. I won't let go of your hand. Two birds of a feather say that they're always gonna stay together, but one's never going to let go of that wire. He says that he will, but he's just a liar. Two birds on a wire. One tries to fly away, and the other watches him close from that wire. He says he wants to as well, but he is a liar. Two birds on a wire. One tries to fly away, and the other
ぶる兄さん姉さんそれじゃあまたね冴えない靴の形した、yeah見え張ったサイズで型紙を取るなんだっていいのさ代わりになれば痛いと口をこぼしたもっとボムなハサミで顔を切り取るのさ全時点の言葉をほら聞かせてよ脳みそ以外のいらないとあなた愛本当の君だよどうせ上手ただ揺らしてよ縫い目の隙間を埋めておくれ皆さんさようなら先生よ元気でだからって胸によだれが垂れる正直もうは何を見る正直もうはバカを見る正直もうは何を見る正直もうはバカを見るああこれじゃまだ足りないよもっと大きな滲んでココナツ抜くのさ全時点の言葉をほら聞かせてよ脳みそ以外のいらないとあなた愛本当の君だよどうせ上手ただ揺らしてよ縫い目の隙間を埋めておくれもう何もないよ何もないよ敷き剥がされていたクズの海へとこの際僕もそう僕いないよ僕いないよ投げ捨てられて帰る場所すらどこにもないわよそうだよね場所たって嘘だらけの体完成したよずるしたよ今回どう帰れないの帰りたいのなんもないこんな僕じゃない縫い目は届けて引きちぎるだ見えたったレイズで命拾ってつ誰だっていいのさ代わりになれば
Say hello, who are you? I'm your side from scratch again. Got it all, what reason? Day by day I'm fading away. We get along just fine. I say everything you like to hear. It's funny how much I feel like I'm looking in a mirror. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. Holding my life, this is my only right. Sacrifice I know. I'm ready Say hello, what's up with you? I am starting to talk like you do. Here we go, I'll be gone soon. Day by day, everything has changed. We've grown apart this time. I can't figure out the reason why. It's funny how much I'd
Abracadabra!
Magic.
Magic the Gathering Arena. Wow, magic hasn't been this fun since the witch trials.
Magic.
There's something for
I haven't been myself lately. I don't blame you for not wanting to stay. Saying things that I don't mean, not meaning what I say. When it's good, it's so good. When it's bad, it's so bad. Even when I knew what I had, what am I supposed to say? When I end up driving everyone away. 'Cause I am on fire, hot crying, burning liar. Seeing nothing, nothing but myself. And I'm the one with the lighter. Every inch of me is sharp, but what happened to my heart? I'm about to fall apart again, and you're never coming back. And I'm not okay with that. And I should have never let myself get attached again. What's done is done, and nothing's gonna change. I should be moving on, but I still feel the same. And it's like every day is a fight for my life to get some self-control. And when you've forgotten who I am, it just feels like I'm nobody at all. I found myself hitting the ground. I held my breath in case I drown. I should have known when to let go and when to see who I was being. Again, again, again. I am on fire, hot crying, burning liar. Seeing nothing, nothing but myself. And I'm the one with the lighter. Every inch of me is sharp, but what happened to my heart? I'm about to fall apart again, and you're never coming back. And I'm not okay with that. And I should have never let myself get. Every inch of me is sharp, but what happened to my heart? I'm about to fall apart again, and you're never coming back. And I'm not okay with that. And I should have never let myself get attached again. And you're never coming back. And I'm not okay with that. And I should have never let myself get attached again. Let me introduce myself. At the ending, I was down. Well, I just became happy, my fan, baby. Some people live for attention, playing the victim. But baby, I was born to do the killing. The clock stopped ticking forever ago. How long have I been up? I don't know. I can't get a grip, but I can't let go. There wasn't anything to hold on to, though. Why can't I see? Why can't I see all the colors that you see? Please can I be? Please can I be colorful and free? What the hell's going on? Can someone tell me, please? Why I'm switching faster than a Yeah. えてよ教えてよその仕組みも僕の中に誰がいるの壊れた壊れたよこの世界で君が笑う何も見えずに 離さないように抱きしめてた離れないように抱いてたあなたに会えたこの瞬間を私は泣いて伝えたんだごめんね少し眠っていいかなねママおやすみなさいなのなんで泣いてるの
いそういらない全てはいらない磨き上げてるんじゃないのプライム意味の世界のルールクライムだとしか言いようがない隠しているあなたの辛い抜き出しにあるがままないそこに生まれるのは期待外れなんかじゃないただ気の辛い吐息を合わせた愛情耳に吹きかける感情破裂しそうな胸騒ぎ出す最後
投げかけてるシャツ優しく咲いています構わずフライングを降りためらわないで
自由な世界のど真ん中夢見てんのが本調いらない全てはいらない押し削りた野郎の笑い満足なんてそこにない目に見える哀れな未来思い通りにできる相手にできるのはあなた試合隠したりなんかはしない誰よりも誇らしげにできるまい
ほらこの世界の中
他にはない確かなもの自分以外赤い
my loving mom and dad, I'm sorry and I'm to blame. Knees weak and crumbling, thumb pressed and been away. To my brother, sister, and the rest, I'll see you around. My soul's blackening, I am breaking all you down. Yeah. Measure out the size of it, sure any pattern will do. And let's justify the seams, it's all the same to you. I cry, why can't I just be loved? To no one, maybe grinding my old scissors, I could slice the look off my face and reassign some gun on high. Show me the words I need to know, so say I'm fine and clear my mind, 'cause why not? I don't know, facing a new day with a new beat, walking up and down the night, raving it seems. I beg and plead to sew me up again. To the world I say goodbye, and sir, I'm wishing you well. Pushing out my chest to see me drool through tiresome hell. Where joys flower fall and open eyes, all that is fire is the light. Where joys flower fall and open eyes, all that is fire is the light. I can never get enough of the rain staff needles of precise to pulverize this horrid thing out of my chest and reassign some gun on high. Show me the words I need to know, so say I'm fine and clear my mind, 'cause why not? I don't know, facing a new day with a new beat, walking up and down the night, ripping it seems. I beg and plead to sew me up again. Mine, nothing fine. I severed everything I had, sinking alive through ways of twine, dragging me down. Alone, I know where to find, threw me aside and left again, running away from now a place I'll never call home. Am I alive? I should have more lies falling out this living mess. Give me an end, please keep the board flame before I explode. Can I ever change? Can I see the same? Feeling unsafe, who I am inside, ripping at seams. I pull the string to finally meet the end. Days again, the flames are lit, with life is starting to bloom. Catch it up without me then, 'cause anybody will do. Somnip. The cutting into me, the doubting, painful knife. The deepening the rift finally hit just right. Couldn't take the love I had, so weak and burning low. But it grew to weapon, only hurting me. This I know. It's non-fiction. So good with numbers, science, math I like, but I'm terrible at English, so I despise this part of me that wants a simple right or wrong. And I feel that everything I choose will always be false. And today this homework about me, a blank sheet accomplished, content with this life I will now live till I think, why are we just sometimes, no always, sing how we're sad and sing how we're lonely. Can you even read the blackboard written clear as can be? Can you even read his mind, see that kid's lost fantasy? Can you even find the one who dyed his red heart to black? Hey, who could it Candies like numbers, they all pass their prime. And again, hypnotically swimming through time. Behind the power and guards I put up, I hide. Knowing they had long died from problems my resolve just can't solve that homework. Accomplished, content with this life I will now live till I think. And he speaks the demon inside us. Sing, let me just sleep. Sing, someone kill me. Can even read the blackboard written clear as can be. Can even read his mind. See that kid's lost fantasy. Can even find the one who dyed his red heart to black. Hey, who could it be? Hey, someone tell me. Can you even solve the question with your abacus yet? Can you even stop the rope from hanging him by his neck? Didn't really choose it right, saying we're okay this way. Hey, just tell me how. Hey, just tell me how. Can you even say the formula of area now? Can you even scream the dreams you swore would never go out? Who was the one who let my hopes just curl up and die? Hey, who could it be? No, it's gotta be. Just open up your eyes. Why don't you grow up and see? But what the hell is growing up? And tell me, when will I be? Can a single person out there just explain it to me? Hey, just tell me how. It's not like I care now.
Want to keep playing music with your screen off? Start a YouTube Music Premium trial today. Free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
Cause every little piece I weave of me and you together, don't you see? We can't go on forever, so I caught the tie and finally severed into little bits of rainbow raining down. So you see, the way we used to be is gone. The words and words would pile on and break the frayed in pieces of the time that we tried. It's funny, yet it's sad, I guess. Tick tock, ring us, round us, ding dong, why not play a game? Tick tock, ring me, leave me, ding dong, well, see you around, fraying away here and trying to say, couldn't you please, oh please, be gone out of my life? But every day continues on the same as if you were, oh, won't be gone, although I try to small the care, but still not fair. Oh please, just throw it all away. But here we go, trying to keep from thinking on and fall for you again. Oh, will the pain be here to stay? Before I felt afraid, but now it's all the same. A screen and me, why won't it ever change? Without a thing, I'm dying from the boring, enduring days I thought I never knew. Flick tap, sweep through phone and swipe tap, ART. Flick tap, unlock, can't talk, swipe. Just end it all, slipping away here, trying to say, couldn't you please, oh please, be gone out of my life? But every day
With YouTube Music Premium, you can explore the world of music without interruptions. Official albums, music videos, and more. You can also take your music offline, listen even when you use other apps or turn off your screen, and get it all ad-free. YouTube Music Premium, free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
above 100 Fahrenheit. I can't tell if it's day or if it's night. It's burning unbelievably bright. I'm blinded by these flashing lights. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. You think by now I would have learned not to play with fire. I don't wanna get burned, but I'm a pyromaniac, and your veins are full of gas. We're burning higher, higher. I'm storming this wildfire. I am a new wildfire because of you, wildfire. I'm fireproof wildfire because of you, wildfire. Say hello, what's up with you? I'm starting to talk like you do. Here we go, I'll be gone soon. Day by day, everything has changed. We've grown apart this time. I can't figure out the reason why. It's funny how much I'd kinda like to see you cry. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. You think by now I would have learned not to play with fire. I don't wanna get burned, but I'm a pyromaniac, and your veins are full of gas. We're burning higher, higher. I'm storming this wildfire. I am immune wildfire because of you, wildfire. I'm fireproof wildfire because of you, wildfire.
Want to keep playing music with your screen off? Start a YouTube Music Premium trial today. Free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
The clock stops ticking forever ago. How long have I been up? I don't know. I can't get a grip, but I can't let go. There wasn't anything to hold on to though. Why can't I see? Why can't I see all the colors that you see? Can I be? Can I be all of
doubt, but in your eyes, I couldn't fly. Why wasn't I good enough? Guess I just don't need much. Is it too late to quit this game? Fill me with poison, make me numb. I don't care if my heart stops. Feed me your bullshit, hope it works. That's all you're fucking good for. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for Should I apologize for giving up? Should I be sorry that I've had enough of broken promises, excessive harsh judgments, and subtle rejections? Are you aware of what you've done to me? Or are you just so blind that you can't see the scars that you've left here, mutating into fear of people getting near? Why didn't you love and accept me? Sorry, I didn't turn out the way that you wanted, make us swing and stay. never meant to call you out. I've always seen behind your smoke and mirrors. Oh, sweetheart, please don't yell at me. It really wasn't hard to see the truth that's rotting underneath. Why weren't you honest from the start? You know I've always thought she must have liked you. She's just a tempress, don't you know? She'll say she loves you even though she only wants to steal your soul. Save Said you'd always be my friend. That we'd get married when we both got older. I never heard those words before. You made me long for something more, but then she tried to steal your love. What's with that love? Do you really think I'm out of line tonight? Stop calling her name. If you play my game, she may just make it all alright. I love you. I'm not asking much, just give me your heart. If
We are a place where creative dreamers go to learn their craft. We are the people who...
When Plan A doesn't work out, I turn to Plan B One Step to help prevent pregnancy.
It uses the same active ingredient as many popular birth control pills, just at a higher dose.
And you can get it right off the shelf.
I've got this.
I've got this.
I've got this.
This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. A little girl sat in her room. Her messy brown hair was pulled into pigtails, and her hazel eyes stared at the door. She hugged her stuffed giraffe close to her little body and listened closely to the loud yells of her father and mother. "I never should have had any damn kids," screamed a loud, deep voice. "All they do is make messes, complain, and draw on the walls." He was cut off by the high-angered yells of the girl's mother. "They're children, David. They don't know any better." "Oh, fuck me, Meredith. I don't want to hear your bullshit excuses. I have had just about enough of them. And what do you plan on doing about it?" The girl heard footsteps coming towards her room. She hugged her giraffe closer. The door was violently opened, and there in the hallway stood her large, angry, overweight father. In one of his meaty hands, he held a large textbook. "Stop it, David!" screamed her mother, but the father ignored his wife's pleas and cries. He grabbed the little girl by the collar, and she screamed and kicked, trembling and shaking with fear. The girl's father harshly held up the textbook. "This is for drawing on my fucking walls, you little bitch!" Years later, the little girl known as Natalie is now 17 years old. Like usual, she stayed in her room watching TV. Her dad was ranting on and on about some economic crap that she really couldn't care less about, while she munched on some popcorn. She was also currently drawing a picture. It had a little bit of gore in it, but she liked drawing blood. It gave her some weird satisfaction. Other than that, multitasking was no problem for her. It became apparent to her at a young age, after having to do so much hard work and labour. She was able to do everything at once. Drawing ended up being her talent and passion. It was her way of escaping from reality. "We're here." She looked at a large sign in the school that read, Walkerville Institute of Creative Arts. She sighed tiredly and stepped out, putting her backpack on her shoulder. "See ya," she said, closing the car door. She walked into the school and chatted with a couple of friends until she went up to her locker on the 3rd floor. She grabbed her books and, before 5 minutes was up, she ran to class. Her English teacher annoyingly held out her hand expectantly. "Where's your assignment, Miss Ouellette?" Natalie swallowed. I forgot it at home." The teacher growled disapprovingly. "Your time is up, Miss Ouellette. Don't disappoint me." Natalie felt puzzled by the thought for a moment. She didn't know why, but those words seemed to melt through her. She simply ignored it and went back to listening to the lesson, dozing off after not too long. Later that day, she was heading back to her locker for fourth period, and suddenly her boyfriend Chris came up to her. Hey, can we talk after school? She smiled lovingly at Chris, though strangely she didn't expect anything. He was always such a sweet guy. During her French class, she paid little attention, instead doodling things from her imagination. Blood, gore, people being stabbed, and knives. Other people say it's pretty dark of her to draw such things, but she saw nothing wrong with it. For a strange reason, it almost felt normal to her. Miss Owlette! She quickly covered her drawings with a piece of paper and looked up at her French teacher. Yes? He gestured her to move her arm with a slight turn of his head. Show me your work. She hesitantly moved her arm and the piece of paper to show the picture of someone being stabbed. The teacher stared, puzzled. She smiled nervously. Erase that and start your work, he said in a calm tone. He walked away as she sighed and erased the picture. And Miss Owlette, she looked up at him. Your time is almost up on getting your work done. I suggest doing it now. She growled at the remark. Time always seems to be against her. As far as she cared, time could go fuck itself. After class, she walked out of the school to find her boyfriend standing near the fence by a sidewalk. She smiled and walked over, hoping her day could at least be cheered up by him. But as she walked over, her smile faded. He wasn't smiling back. Chris? What's wrong? What did you want to talk about? Natalie, I think it's time that we should see other people. She felt her heart break. But why? He gave a stern look. It's your mindset, your drawings, they creep me out. I think there's something wrong with you. And the saddest part is, you haven't even told me why you're acting like this. It makes me feel like I don't even know you. I just can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. And with that, he began to walk away. Natalie slammed her hands on the bathroom counter at home. She stared at herself in the mirror, eyes twitching. I won't hurt myself like the others. I can stay strong. There was a needle and black thread in her hand. It's pointless. It doesn't help. Some weird sensation pulled at her subconscious. She chuckled slightly. No, I'm doing this because I want to. She held up the needle with thread at the end. She smirked widely. Time is up. Pierce after pierce, cut after cut. Even though excruciating pain was going through her, she did not whine. She did not whimper. She did not cry. There was no more tears to shed. All she did was smile. The blood from the piercings made a low dripping noise from the sink and onto the counter. When she was finished, she stood back and admired her handiwork. She stroked the horrendous stitches on the side of her mouth that spread into a wide smile. She felt the warm, wet blood on her fingers and licked it gently, consuming the metallic taste of liquid in pure ecstasy. She stopped when she saw her mother's reflection in the mirror behind her, her mother's wide-open eyes and pale face. She suddenly felt the pain and cried, "Mum?" She had never felt so confused. What had just happened to her? Her mother was worried, and she scheduled some therapy for her. Natalie had gotten rid of the stitches and figured how much pain it would bring, so she went to the therapist. She made sure her hood was up, not to let anyone see. She sat down on the comfortable leather seat and stared at the blonde-haired woman across from her in silence. "Your name is Natalie, isn't it?" Natalie just nodded. "I'm Deborah, and I'm here to help. Now tell me, what have been some of your problems?" Natalie stared. Time. Time has been my problem." Deborah had a confused look. "What about time?" Natalie's hands roughly gripped the leather seat. "Everything. It makes you live through it, slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society, only to be tortured. It's a vicious cycle. Time does not end. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't speed up. It's violent, and you live through the torture over and over again, unable to fast forward through it." Natalie had really no idea what she said. She felt it wasn't herself anymore. Could this be because all of the things she kept contained? No. It was impossible, but for some strange reason, she liked it. The therapist leaned closer. "Sweetheart, I want you to tell me what happened to you." Natalie still stared. There was a long pause. She smirked slightly, and her piercings from the stitches slightly opened up again. "Why don't you tell me, Blondie? You're the expert." Deborah seemed to have an annoyed look. "I can't help you until you tell me what's wrong, Natalie." Her fingers started to tear into the leather seats. "Natalie isn't here anymore." With that, Deborah's eyes widened. She hastily got up out of her chair. "I'll be right back. Please sit here." She walked out, leaving her alone. Natalie did not move. She sat perfectly still. After a while of waiting and impatience, her parents finally walked in. She stood, happy to go, but she noticed her parents' expressions. Even her father had a strange, saddened look on his face. Her confusion grew, but she said no words and followed them to their car. Tired from a long day, Natalie began to drift off on the car drive home. At least, that's where she thought they were going. Strangely, she heard a dark voice speaking in her dream. It almost sounded like herself echoing into eternal darkness. "Your time is up." She shot awake. Beads of sweat were rolling down her face. She wasn't home. She wasn't in the car. She was in a bed, a white bed, in a white room. She looked to her side. Seeing that she was hooked up to a heart monitor, she went to get up, but suddenly realized she was bound down. She panicked and began to struggle, but paused when she heard a door to her left open. A man in a white shirt looked at her, his hands behind his back. "You must be very confused right now, I can imagine, but I'm letting you know, we're only here to help. Your parents agreed to sign a contract to give you some mental drugs to hopefully help your state of mind." She opened her mouth to protest, but was quickly silenced. "You'll be back to normal in no time. Just try to relax." He walked over. She tried to move away, but couldn't, due to the bonds around her legs and wrists. He carefully took a mask out and put it over her mouth and nose. She tried to shake it off, but felt herself starting to slip under the drugs, and her eyes slowly shut. Suddenly she woke up. She couldn't comprehend what the hell she was seeing. She was being given multiple injections, even some things being rubbed on her skin. She felt woozy but very aware of her surroundings. Her heart rate was starting to speed up on the monitor. The doctors took notice of this, and they looked at her, seeing her open eyes. One of the doctors was yelling at another. She couldn't understand what they were talking about, but suddenly felt a rush of adrenaline shoot through her body, and she began to slip through her bonds, shaking violently. One of the doctors was about to try to hold her down, but suddenly was hesitant to do so. All three of the doctors backed away. She sat on the edge of the bed now, and ripped off the mask from her face and the tube from her arm. She got up, started to stumble, yet caught herself. Her breath hitched, her vision was blurry, and suddenly she felt severe pain in her chest. She gripped her chest where her heart should be, then fell to the floor and completely blacked out. She woke slowly. She was back in bed, and the doctors sitting beside her. Something went horribly wrong. She didn't know why, but she felt hatred towards the doctor. He took notice of it and looked away. "You weren't supposed to wake up while we were giving you the doses. We aren't sure how it affected you, but we have a feeling that we're going to find out." He paused for a second before taking out a small mirror, not looking at her. "It happened to have an effect on your appearance as well." She looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes widened. They were completely green. She noticed that she still had the stitching in her mouth, and for some reason she couldn't help but feel happy. Her heart rate started to increase again. She gave out a low chuckle. The doctor looked in shock, seeing that she was already standing over him. "Doctor," she said, still chuckling. He trembled slightly, pressing a button from under the monitor. "Yes?" "Your time is up." A loud scream was heard from the halls of the hospital. 2 security guards rushed into the room, kicking down the door. Blood was the first thing they saw. Blood on the walls, bed, floor, and even on the ceiling. Natalie had taken the doctor and strapped him down to the bed. His spine was completely snapped, as the bed had been bent almost into a sandwich. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, mouth, and there in the corner was the murderer, happily drawing gruesome pictures on the walls in blood, followed by the phrase, "Your time is up." She slowly turned to look at them. A wide-eyed, crazy grin spread across her face. "Hello, friends. Would you like to play?" The police quickly pulled out their weapons, but not quick enough. She was already charging at one with a knife she had grabbed from a table. She slashed it right across the waistline. Blood and organs flooded out, and the policeman collapsed to the ground. The other shook his head with fear, slowly backing away, too afraid to even use his weapon. She slowly walked up to him and placed the tip of the knife in his chest. "Your time is up." She slowly slid the knife all the way to his gut. His organs spilled out onto the floor, and he collapsed. Natalie's mother was sleeping silently next to her husband. She woke to the sound of knocking on the front door. Annoyed at the fact that someone was knocking at such a late hour, she got up and walked out of her bedroom to go check who was there. It was a cold night, and the rain was pouring down outside. She walked up to the door and paused when she was about to grab the knob. There was a faint sound of laughter in the rain. She pressed her ear against the door. "Hello, Mother." Natalie burst through the door, 2 knives in hand. Her mother stumbled back, hitting her head against the coat rack. One of the knobs broke into her skull, and it bled violently from the back of her head onto the floor. She had fallen to the ground, stunned but still conscious. Natalie towered over her and slowly knelt down to meet the level of her eyes, and showed her 2 knives covered in thick red blood. "I was suffering, Mother." She ran the tip of the knives across her cheek, cutting it slightly. Natalie tilted her head. "You were weak. You did nothing." All her mother could do was shake and gasp like a fish on a line. Natalie grabbed her mother and gently set her down. She proceeded to stand on top of her and started to make a V cut into her chest. Her mother only gasped and shook. Natalie knew that she didn't have much time left. She proceeded to forcibly open her mother's chest cavity with a loud crack. Natalie reached inside to grab her mother's heart as it beat slowly in her hand. Its pulses were growing dimmer and dimmer. Suddenly, she ripped it out, blood spurting all over her face. She stared at her mother directly in the eyes as she slowly died. "Sweet dreams," she said to her mother's corpse. "Your time was up." She put the heart in her mother's mouth, patting her cheeks softly, and stood up. She wasn't done yet. Natalie's father, David, had awoken and realised his wife had not returned. His eyes started to adjust to the darkness of the room, and suddenly realised Natalie was standing by his bedside, smirking crazily with her green eyes glowing in the darkness. Blood was all over her, and the scent was unbearable. She put on a fake sad face. "Oh dear, Mother's gone. I wonder who will get the money." She suddenly grabbed her father's forehead. That's all you ever cared about, wasn't it? Her father, however, was a fighter, so he sprung up, grabbing her by the neck and threw her to the ground. He started to stomp on her chest until she coughed blood. "Does it feel good, Daddy?" She coughed up more blood. "After all, you never seemed to mind doing it all those years ago, did you?" He narrowed his eyes. "You aren't my daughter." A wide smirk spread across her face, and she looked at him with her glowing eyes as blood dripped down her mouth. "You're right. I'm not." She suddenly tripped him, causing him to fall hard on the floor. She got up, both knives in hand. "They say the bigger you are, the harder you fall." She grabbed a pillow and stuffed it in his face, and she started to stomp on it harder and harder, hearing a loud cracking noise after a while. When she pulled the pillow away, his face was gruesomely mutilated. He was whimpering, crying in pain. "What's the matter, Daddy? Pain too much for you?" She stabbed both knives into his stomach, leaving them there for now as she ripped off one of the large heavy wooden poles from the bed. She stabbed it down, putting all the weight of her body onto the pole. The pole started to squeeze his insides up to his body. He started to gag and blood poured from his mouth, until his breath went silent. With a final push on the pole, suddenly his organs burst out of his body. The nasty gore piled onto the floor and the sides of his face. Your time was up. Finally, this would be her favourite part. She quietly snuck down to her brother's room, silently opening the door with blood dripping from her mouth. Her brother wasn't in bed. It was apparent that he must be hiding someplace. "Oh dear brother," she started to walk inside. "All I wanted to do was have a little fun." As she stepped further in, she listened closely for any sounds, any breathing. She even sniffed the air for his putrid scent. The closer she listened, she finally noticed something. A faint breathing noise. Whack! She fell to the ground, trembling. Her brother was behind her, with a now bloody baseball bat. He was glaring down with anger, panting in rage. She tried to slowly get back up, but he hit her again. Mother always did like you best. He hit her hard one last time before taking a breather. She was bleeding heavily, her green eyes drooped, glowing faintly in the darkness. She felt weak and looked up at the ceiling. She recalled the days that she had spent in here, being tortured, having to go through it for 4 years. She felt a sudden rush of energy in her body. She started to laugh insanely. Her brother went to hit her again, but she used both of her knives to block. You're going to hell, brother. With a strong push, she sent her brother flying over the bed, and he hit his head against the wall. He growled angrily. She got up and quickly stabbed 2 of the knives into his arms, keeping him pinned to the wall. He screamed and struggled. Let's see what we could use here. She started walking around the room and smirked, seeing a butter knife on his bedside. She picked it up and walked over to him. They say that the eyes are the softest organs in the body. She licked the knife. He looked with horror as she started to dig out his eyes. He shrieked loudly, and she quickly tied a cloth around his mouth. Now, we can't have the neighbours waking up, can we? He wasn't able to see anything, and the pain was unbearable. Blood leaked violently from his eye sockets. He would cry, but he was now incapable. She picked up a pair of scissors and walked over to him. I think you need to cut loose, brother. She stabbed the scissors into his gut, and he cried out. She treated him like an arts and crafts project, cutting through his skin like paper. She lifted up his large intestines. You know what I love? Macaroni art. She started to cut the intestines into sections. These might be a little too big to fit on one plate, though. She went down to his toes and started cracking them off, one by one. Next, she snapped off his fingers. He was choking on his own blood now. She pulled the cloth down, and blood poured from his mouth. There, brother. Maybe this will make you feel better. She stabbed her fingers into his mouth, then jammed it into his throat. He choked and died. Your time was up. The girl, known as Natalie, walked into her room. In the corner, she saw the stuffed giraffe. She stared at it, and without a word, she walked into the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror and heard a ticking noise. Looking down, she noticed a pocket watch. She stared at it curiously before an idea flashed into her mind. She took out one of her knives and grabbed the pocket watch, beginning to disassemble the watch until only the small clock was left. Time makes you live through torture, she said slowly. She began to slowly dig it into her eye, and the vision of her left eye grew blurry and red. Her eye fell into the sink as she tore it. There was a squishing sound until it felt like the clock fit perfectly in her eye socket. I am clockwork. The young girl, who used to be known as Natalie, walked away from her burning house. Inside, the giraffe slowly burned, along with the corpses of her family. Too bad you weren't spending the evening together. That would have made things so much easier, she continued. But good meals often take time and preparation, wouldn't you agree, Della? Della shrieked in utter panic as Christabel's top canine teeth elongated right before her eyes. Her once icy blue eyes had changed now. They were a deep red, the red of blood. As she struggled to get up, the child let out a ferocious snarl. This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. Laughing Jill. Let me tell you a story. Not a bedtime story, but a genuine story. This is the story of Laughing Jill and Mary, and every word is true. Mary was a lonely girl. That was an understatement for a city child. Even the rich children had lots of friends. Maybe it was because her dad was an entrepreneur and designed most of the industry for 19th century Glasgow, Scotland. Her dad was crazy. Another understatement. Mary was a quiet girl. At the school she went to, she was a high achiever. Due to her parents' high expectations of her, she was made to study as much as possible. One Christmas, she was showered with expensive presents, as usual, but she didn't want another pony to add to her 5 already, or another expensive dress. She wanted something simple, like a Jack-in-the-Box. No, not Jack. Jill. Or maybe better yet, a friend. She walked upstairs after thanking the servants with a fake smile and entered her room. It was another way her parents thought they could buy her happiness. A large 4-poster bed with velvet curtains, giant fluffy pillows, a walk-in wardrobe, and a fluffy tiger fur rug. Mary knew that there was something odd as soon as she walked in. Then she suddenly saw a small box on her bed. It was painted in bright colours on each side, with a crank on the pink side. There was a carved note on one of the sides. Merry Christmas, Mary. Have a laughing Jill in the box. That was weird. Mary thought that there were only Jack-in-the-Boxes, never mind laughing ones. But for curiosity's sake, she sat down cross-legged on her bed and started turning the handle of the crank. As Pop Goes the Weasel plays, but it sounds like a voice is getting louder as she turns it. Round and round the berry plant, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey caught up, and the game was done. Pop! A loud popping sounds, as when the thing was supposed to sound. There was just a cloud of dust. Mary thought it was just a prank, until she saw her. It was a girl who looked to be in her mid-teens. She had long brown hair that fell to her waist. She wore a long dress to her ankles that puffed out naturally. She was so colourful and had panels of every colour over her, except her white ruffle at her chest. "Ah, it's good to get out of here," she says in a soft voice, before looking around to face Mary and starts giggling. "Sorry, sweetie. I'm Laughing Jill, your new best friend." She smiles sweetly, looking at Mary with large green eyes, as Mary saw her pointed nose with a colourful cone at the end of it. Hi, Jill. I'm Mary, Mary stuttered shyly. I know that. I know everything about you. I am designed to be your friend. I like what you like, hate what you hate, and love what you love. Jill smiles, climbing onto the covering sheets of the bed and laying down, giggling. Okay, how is this possible? Mary asked, curious. Jill stops giggling and hangs her head over the side. Never, ever question good things, because they always make you feel bad, Jill says, before grabbing onto the frame and rolling off, so she was hanging onto the frame before she landed softly on the floor, as if she weighed nothing. Why? Mary asked, before having a piece of hard candy thrown at her gently. What did I just say? Jill asks, putting a piece of candy in her mouth, smiling. Don't question it, Mary says shyly. Exactly. Mary, get dressed and we can play some games, Jill says, jumping onto the bed and swinging her legs up to show a pair of knee-high boots. That's unladylike, Jill, Mary says, walking over to her closet. Where I come from, we can do whatever we want, Jill says, as Mary gets changed. We can eat how much candy we want, and we can even ride any animal we want. Jill stands up and stretches before asking, Do you want to play in the snow? My mum and dad say it's dangerous, Mary says shyly. It's the most awesome thing to do. Wrap up in warm clothes and meet me downstairs, Jill giggles before disappearing. Mary put on her warmest clothes and went downstairs before walking out to the garden where Jill was waiting with a clump of snow in her hand. Thud. The snowball hit the wall next to Mary, giving her a fright due to the moving snowball that just missed her. Come on, Mary, have some fun, Jill says, laughing, while scooping up more snow and throwing it at a servant, hitting him in the face. But it's not right, Jill, Mary complains, walking towards Jill. What? Having fun? Jill says, confused. I don't like it, Mary complains. You don't like it, Mary? That's why I'm doing it. You secretly want to join me, but you're afraid of getting in trouble, Jill says, tossing a snowball between her hands. I don't, Mary says again. Then why is there a snowball in your hand? Jill asks, looking at Mary to see that a snowball has appeared in her hand. Give it your best shot, Jill taunts, dancing away through the statues in the garden. Mary throws it, hitting a servant straight in the face as Jill hides behind them. Miss, that is outrageous, the servant says, scowling at Mary. But Laughing Jill dared me to do it, Mary complains. Who is Laughing Jill? The servant asks, moving his hair out of his face. She's my friend. Look behind you. Mary starts sounding like she was about to cry. The servant turns around and Jill touches his jaw, making him shiver. There is no one there, He is looking around, but he can't see Jill. Miss, you are going back to your room. Mary was taken back to her room by the servant. Jill sneaks up behind him as he walks in after Mary and puts a snowball down his shirt, making him squirm as Jill starts laughing, and Mary giggles at this as the servant gets even more mad. This went on for years. Jill and Mary would play every day, having fun and getting into trouble. Mary enjoyed having fun, playing games and pranks with her newly found friend. Her parents thought she was just joking around with her imaginary friend until she passed the age of 12. Mary was supposed to be a mature teen now, but she still blamed everything on Jill, who was always hiding behind the person who gave Mary into trouble. Until one day... Mary! Mary's dad, Henry, shouts from his study. Yes, Dad? Mary says, walking in, dragging her feet, and Jill follows, invisible to everyone except Mary. You need to stop this. Jill isn't real. She never has been, Henry says, looking down at Mary, who has turned into a rebellious kid who doesn't wear many big dresses anymore, instead opting to dress like the kids on the street, much to his disapproval. She is real, Mary mutters under her breath. Stop saying that, Mary. Both me and your mother are worried. Henry is close to shouting as he brushes down his fancy business suit. Then where is Mother? If she cared, she wouldn't be drunk now, would she? Mary says, getting mad as Jill sits on the desk, giggling. Jill hasn't aged at all, and she still looks like the way she did when she first met Mary. The only difference was now she always wore an evil grin on her face, as well as her colours had faded a bit lately, but it wasn't too noticeable. Don't say that about your own mother. Henry is now obviously mad. I can say what I want. It's not like she cares about me anyway, Mary shouts, before getting slapped across the face. Jill kicks Henry square in the back, knocking him to the ground with a thud. I will not try my own daughter as a witch, but you are going away to a place where they will teach you that Jill does not exist, Henry shouts, struggling to get up as Jill sits on his back, scratching things into his suit. Make me, Mary says, as two nuns walk through the doors, with their heads bowed. That's exactly what these ladies are hired to do, Henry says, as Jill then punches his back, stunning him, and he gasps for breath. Jill, Mary shouts, as the women drag her out of the room, as Mary struggles. Mary, Jill shouts, and everyone heard that. I will be looking for you, Jill says silently, as Mary is taken away from her. Jill was losing her colour. Every day she slowly lost her colour due to Mary's unhappiness. She couldn't see Mary, but it was Mary's mind that was doing this. Jill tried to leave, but she couldn't. Her box was at the home, so she couldn't leave for longer than an hour a week because of this. Jill was going crazy. Servants were finding flipped tables, broken furniture, and they found dress scraps near each of these. As Jill's mind was going crazy, Her dress was remaking itself, panel by panel, strip by strip. Mary's mum stopped drinking a week after Mary left and started crying about how wrong they were, and Jill joined her at these. Jill didn't cry. She never cries. But she did miss Mary so much. Mary wasn't doing any better. The nuns were drilling into her head that Jill was a demon and that she was evil. Mary was pretending to respond to the treatment, when truthfully she hated every single one of them and wished that they would die. She had her own room, but she ended up carving things into the walls and door, such as, "If there truly is a God, he will beg for my forgiveness." After a year of this, Mary was finally allowed to see her family again at her house. But Mary wasn't happy to see her family, except for Jill. Mary was escorted into her house, where her family was awaiting her arrival. They were there with the servants and everyone, except for Jill. "I see you finally gave up believing in her, Mary," her dad says happily. He continued praising her until he saw a figure walk into the room, giggling. Everyone else heard it also, and turned around to see the source. Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Jill giggles as everyone turns to look at Jill for the first time ever. Jill was taller now. She had long hair that fell in uneven strands, and her cone nose was now black and white. The scary thing was her dress. It went from being full of colours to being black and white. Her dress was shredded at the bottom, and her eyes were now black, and it was terrifying. "Jill, what happened?" Mary asks after a minute of silence, and then the room was filled with laughter. "You really want to know?" Jill walks forward to behind Mary's dad. "When this fool got rid of you, it drove me insane." Jill was right next to his ear. "Like I will do to all these people. I couldn't stand being alone. Remember what you were like before you met me? That's what I was like. Lonely, depressed, so sad I couldn't eat candy." Jill flicks her arm and candy slides out from her sleeve. "Mary, just say the word and we can be together forever, with none of these idiots to keep us apart." "Jill, I can—" Bang! Mary fell to the floor as Jill feels something pass through her body. Jill turns around to see Mary's mother standing there with a gun in her hands. Mary's death made her snap. In another room, the Jack-in-the-Box from all those years ago broke into a million pieces. Mary's mother was standing there, looking at Jill in front of her. "You're a monster," she says, her brown hair hiding her face. "Why won't you die?" "To kill me? You killed Mary, your daughter, your only child." Jill starts laughing. "Watch your back, you old hag," Jill says, as she runs past Mary's mum, sticking out her now claw-like hand towards her and slices through her dress, scratching her stomach, laughing. "Sleep with one eye open, honey," Jill laughs as she disappears into thin air. Later that day, Mary's mother was walking through the house. She entered the living room to see a horrifying sight. It was the two nuns hanging from the chandelier by two ends of the one rope. They had their stomachs sliced open with an untidy slash that was dripping fresh blood onto the floor. On the wall, written in fresh blood, was, "I warned you, sweetie. What's that behind you?" Mary's mother was afraid, but she turned around slowly to see a black and white face staring at her. Jill was holding her husband's most recent invention. It was a saw designed to cut down trees without needing more than one person. It was also covered in blood. A high-pitched scream echoes through the house as Jill lifts up the chainsaw and plunges it into Mary's mother's stomach, making her cough up blood and fall to her knees. "I warned you, honey," Jill laughs, pulling the chainsaw out of her stomach. When Henry walked in, he was greeted by the sight of Mary's mum hanging from the light fitting as well. The writing had changed. "I warned her. She didn't listen. I warned you, and here you are. So, what's behind you?" Henry turns around to hear the door open and soft singing. "Mary, Mary, dead just maybe, how does your tombstone show? With moss that swells and snow that fills the holes." Jill walks in, slowly swinging the saw in one hand, giggling. "What do you want, demon?" Henry asks, holding a gun at Jill. "Isn't it obvious? Revenge. You killed my friend, my only friend, your own damn daughter," Jill shouts, revving the saw. "An eye for an eye, a life for a life." Jill shoves the saw through his stomach, laughing. "You witch!" Henry hisses. "Nothing new here," Jill laughs, pulling the saw up, slicing through his ribs. To this day, Jill is still out there. Her story may have been replaced with another, but she is still there. But one question: what's that behind you? Of course it was me, my splendid creature. Mr. Bunny even showed it to you. He smiled with self-evident truth. I made for you many toys, and I can't wait to introduce you to Miranda. But you can call her Mandy if you like. Suddenly something hit his head, and it shattered into pieces. My father had a wooden club. This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. Jason the Toy Maker. I don't have many memories left from my past. The faces of my real parents, were like faded masks in my mind. I only had some remains of my childhood, faceless names and total darkness. At the age of 9, something had happened in my family. The trauma was so deep, it made me forget most of my life. I only had the shred of a memory related to my best friend. He was the only one I had in my whole life. It was an image stuck in my mind, going together with laughter in the background and the melody of a music box. Among the black holes of my amnesia, I caught a glimpse of his honey-coloured eyes and his dark mahogany hair. I remembered his friendly smile, but nothing else. All the rest disappeared in the dark. So did he. The memories went back to the orphanage from where I was born. Some awesome parents, Madalena and Stephen, who gave me back the warm feeling of having a family, adopted me, a feeling which I had forgotten. They raised me in their house until the age of 15. My amnesia led me to go to examinations and psychological checkups, which year after year were slowly starting to fail. It looked like I wouldn't be able to get my memory back. This fact left me distraught. On one hand, I wanted to know what happened, but on the other, an odd feeling of anxiety suggested I not to wish for it. Obviously, there were some unpleasant consequences to my trauma. It was just like some paranoia or being persecuted by something. The specialists told my parents it must have been linked to a particular memory, which was continuously stimulated. Neither the cause nor what it was exactly was clear, but despite my efforts, I couldn't focus on it. I felt like I was being observed, not by people, but by the stuffed toys in my room. It was stupid, I know. At the beginning, they were simply toys, but time and time again, their big round eyes seemed to stare at me. Since I was little, I thought that the stuffed toys in my room were alive, and sometimes I tried to prove it. I sneaked out of my room with the door left ajar. Then I turned back suddenly, and I never took my eyes off them. Not until I felt a burning sensation from not blinking my eyes. That memory was one of the few memories from my childhood that still made me smile, but things have changed. Time after time, the stuffed toys were the ones staring at me. It almost looked like they wanted to test me, and I couldn't bear it anymore. The thought stuck in my mind. At times, it seemed to me that they moved, turning their little faces towards me. At other times, they made the noises in my room. This couldn't be true, obviously. Why did this thought persecute me? Why did I hate those stuffed toys? In spite of everything, why didn't I get rid of them? I could have presented them to other children or thrown them in the rubbish. One day I tried. Really, I did. But when I took one of them in my arms, a strong sense of anxiety and terror stopped me. I I always ended up putting them back in their places. On the furniture, on my bed, on the shelves. Then I had to take sleeping pills. There was only one toy I took along with me during the night. Despite my age, I couldn't separate from him, and I felt a familiar affection for him that started long before my amnesia. I found him in my wardrobe at the orphanage, and from there on out, we became inseparable. It was a sweet bunny with ears as long as his body. On one side it was red, and on the other resided a caramel colour. He wore a black waistcoat with 2 long sleeves that draped down to the point of his feet, and dashed an elegant collar that adorned pointed tips at every edge of the fabric. His little left beaded eye was covered with a stylish frilly eye patch, and at the centre adorned a black button. It was funny, but it looked like the only stuffed toy that was harmless. He slept by my side ever since I was little, just like that night. After I snuck under my sheets, falling asleep almost instantly among the old creaking walls. I was standing still in the darkness, unable to move, and I couldn't understand how I ended up there, surrounded only by the distilled silence. Something slimy grabbed my wrist, and it held me so tightly that an instant pain shot right through me. A set of white nails slowly penetrated my flesh. I watched them cutting through my skin, making me bleed. I screamed and cried, but a laugh bellowed out, covering my desperate pleas. "She belongs to me," a voice whispered to me. Within that dark abyss, 2 green sparkling eyes appeared before me. They were a few inches away from my face. "You are only a hindrance to me," he laughed, amused by my pain, while he pierced needles under my nails and into my flesh. He ruined my body with rusty tools. On the contrary, he said he was going to fix me all up. I noticed an open door, the only thing I could distinguish from the darkness. My eyes blurred by the pain. I saw a glimpse of people, standing still, gazing down at me. The image of that door got closer in order to show me their vacant expressions, despite the grimaces plastered on their faces. I saw that they were not real people. They were dolls, and in some way I felt a strong sense of nausea overcome me by just staring at them. There was something about them that made me weak to the stomach, and maybe it was their extraordinary and macabre resemblance to real people. "She belongs to me." With that, I woke up, my eyes wide open, and the beating of my heart was so loud that I could feel it pounding inside my throat. I couldn't breathe, so I stood up and sat back down. I rubbed my eyes, and I realized that I was sweating. The bunny fell, landing upside down. I leaned down for him and put him back on the bed, my breathing returning to normal, but the image of those needles, dirty of blood, and those terrifying dolls remained embedded in my mind. I never had such a nightmare like that before. The feelings were so terribly real. I still felt those claws making a hole in my flesh, but I was relieved that I woke up. The door squeaked. It was my mother coming in the room. As soon as she saw my exhausted face, her smile faded away. "Honey, are you okay?" "Yes, I only had a nightmare. Now everything is alright." "Well, okay. Daisy came to visit you. I told her to wait for you in the living room." With that, I got out from bed. I was dressed poorly, and I didn't want my best friend to see me in that way. While my mother closed the door, I ran over to my wardrobe and took out an ordinary dress. In the space of a few minutes, I came out from my room neat and ready. In my haste, I was out of breath. "Finally!" exclaimed Daisy, smiling. I met Daisy at middle school, and ever since then, we were inseparable. She was a kind and generous person. She was always welcome in our family. My parents appreciated her good manners, but what I loved about her especially was that she never asked me anything about my past. I was able to tell her about my amnesia in complete confidence. The day was nice and sunny, so we laid down in the garden under an old tupelo tree. We talked while sheltered from the sun in the shade of the tree. I brought out some colour pencils and paper and began drawing. Daisy started picking flowers, putting them in her blonde braid while she gossiped about Louisa, a girl who lived for being the centre of people's attention. While my friend was talking, I listened to her and kept on drawing, without taking my eyes off the sheet of paper. "Who's that?" she asked me suddenly, noticing the drawing. It was as if I had fallen asleep in that exact moment. I battered my eyelids in front of the sheet of paper, and I felt rather confused about seeing a drawing repeated several times of the same character. I don't know. I didn't have the slightest idea of who he was. The clearest drawing showed a man wearing a black jacket with extravagant and voluptuous fur on his shoulders. He had a beautiful smile and two yellow eyes that were partially covered by his fringe. He wore dark clothing, and in his hands he was holding a little blue case resembling a music box. Maybe I saw him in an illusion book. "Oh, okay. Let's have an ice cream," said Daisy, changing the subject of our conversation, seemingly not very interested. "Ants are coming under my skirt. There are too many bugs out here." On that same night, I had another nightmare, and this was worse than the previous one I had. I dreamt about the dark figure again, who brutally tortured me and kept saying the same phrase over and over again. "She's mine. She's mine." I woke up at 2 a.m, breathing rapidly. I curled up, feeling the wall behind my back. I put my hands over my face, and I breathed deeply. "It was a dream, just a dream," I whispered. Then I looked over at the bunny next to me, which was looking back at me with its black eye, and with an irritated glance, I threw it on the floor. Since that moment, I started sleeping with that thing. My dreams turned into meaningless nightmares. I turned around to rest my legs, and at that moment, I touched something with my foot. I elevated my gaze and noticed a small doll sitting on my bed. At first, I was frozen in place. All I could do was stare at her. I didn't realize how she had appeared there. My mind started to think back to my parents, who gave me a present. Perhaps I didn't have a real thing for dolls, and to tell the truth, her presence in my room bothered me. It was a peculiar doll, made of wax, with unusual characteristics. She had a headdress of flowers flowing through her hair, and only a few locks caressed her cheeks. She wore an embroidered white lace dress with black ribbon tied to her waist. Her arms were unordinarily long, and she had long tapering fingers that were far from normal. What caught my attention the most was a rose put at the centre of her mouth, as if it was supposed to silence her. I looked at her closer, and I scanned her under the moonlight. I touched her face, and realised there was something wrong. I kneeled down and tried to get an even closer look at her, and then I heard something, a sort of subdued sound, like a wheeze. It was coming from the same doll, screaming. I let her falling down onto the floor and stood up in horror, trembling violently, pushing myself back to the wall, screaming for my parents. Suddenly everything turned surreal. The wall next to the door enlarged, like there was a bubble between the paint and the cement. Slowly some cracks appeared, and they increased in number. The paint fell into pieces, landing on the floor as it revealed a blue door. I hadn't the slightest idea of what was happening. These things exist only in books or in our imagination, but to my astonishment, I felt like something was going to come out of that door, and from the door, I see the same black hands that I witnessed in my nightmares. Aren't you happy about Daisy coming to visit you? Are you? Said the monster, standing on the threshold of the door. I didn't like her either, you know. She screamed a lot. Daisy? What had she to do with it? I looked around confused, looking for the presence of my friend that obviously was not there anymore. At the end, my eyes flickered over the doll. The blonde hair and face made of wax looked strangely familiar. I held my breath. It must have been another nightmare. I rushed over to the doll and I turned her face in my trembling hands. I put my ear over her chest and heard another sound along with the horrible wheeze. The pounding of a heart. Daisy! Daisy! I cried desperately. It had to be a nightmare. Something like this could not have been happening. I realised my parents were outside of my room, according to the sounds I heard. They must have heard me screaming, but the monster blocked the entrance. He pulled the door shut, blocking it in and deforming the wood. My parents started punching on the other side, and I didn't know what to do. It did not look like a dream. It was all perfectly clear. It was more real than those nightmares of darkness and torture. My heart was beating so fast that I started to feel pain from it. I felt the sweat on my forehead and the doll trembling in my hands, which I couldn't keep still. The monster stood at the entrance, not moving from there. In the half-light, I could see his evil smirk, as if he was waiting for my reaction. I unbuttoned Daisy's dress, who looked imprisoned under the tons of wax, and I started to dig, trying to set her free. I dug, and I dug, and I dug, while her moans became more intense, until I felt something wet under my nails. I looked at my hands, covered with blood. Her skin must have been mixed in with the wax, and the digging I did was not helping her at all. That thing that was supposedly Daisy was suffering. Her wheezes were blood-curdling, but her expression was still that of an impassive doll. I trembled with horror. I had to repress a retch, and suddenly I felt my arm being grabbed. My splendid Maggie, you've ruined your doll, exclaimed the monster, his whitish eyes sparkling with pale green light. You even threw Mr. Bunny on the floor. But I forgive you. You must return to the place where you belong, by my side. Who the hell are you? I shook like mad, trying to set myself free, while my parents were trying to break down the door. The expression on the creature was filled with astonishment. I am Jason the Toy Maker, he exclaimed. Your faithful friend. The only one you could trust. At hearing the name, something moved in my memories, like an electric shock running through my body. At that moment, my father succeeded, breaking down the door and turning on the light. When I finally saw him, his face, it was like a bomb exploded in my mind, setting free all my memories that were buried deep in the corners of my mind for all those years. I remembered the day we met for the first time. The toys that seemed to bloom from his hands. I remembered his friendly smile that gradually turned into a sharp and sadistic smirk. That day he showered me with his exasperation. He expected me to give him more attention because in his arrogance, he believed he deserved everything from me. When he grew tired of me, then he showed me what he really was. He revealed he eliminated all of the people who surrounded me in my life. He kidnapped my friends for turning them into his toy dolls, and I was bluntly stupid to always admire them. Rushing home was useless because the blue door reappeared at the center of the living room. He massacred my parents. He took his revenge by taking them away from me, and almost got to me too. I managed to escape from his clutches, running as much as I could away from him. As far as I ran, the smell of blood and decomposing flesh lingered in the air. It was you! I was possessed by anger, and I started hitting him. You killed them! You! I kept hitting him, but Jason was smiling, as if it were tickling him. He didn't have any remorse for ruining my life. He was a possessive beast who concealed himself from my childish eyes behind an angel's face. He was able to give me everything and at the same time to terminate everything around me. He was fiendish. Of course it was me, my splendid creature. Mr. Bunny even showed it to you. He smiled with self-evident truth. I made for you many toys, and I can't wait to introduce you to Miranda. But you can call her Mandy if you like. Suddenly something hit his head, and it shattered into pieces. My father had a wooden club. He aimed a blow at the monster's head, but the one that broke was the wood. Jason's smile turned into an infuriated scowl. And his grip increased on my wrist. He turned around, and when my father...
That's all I want, Mr. Mars. Find out who planted that bomb.
Someone's gonna find him.
And that someone's gonna be us.
If you ever buy camera gear on Amazon, you should use Wikibuy. It's a browser extension that automatically compares Amazon's prices with other sellers to see if there's a better price out there. It includes tax and shipping in that price, so you know you're really getting a great deal. Plus, it's totally free. So do yourself and your wallet a favor and try Wikibuy.
Saw Jason's face. His eyes opened wide in shock, and my mother covered her mouth to conceal her screams. My father didn't waste any more time, trying again to set me free. The club broke in half, and with that one blow to the toy maker's face, made him let me go. Together with my parents, I ran out from the room. We rushed to the entrance. My father opened the door, but instead of the garden path in front of us, there was Jason's workshop. Maggie, I give you one last chance, Jason said calmly, walking down the stairs. After which, I'll dye the walls with the blood of all the people who surround you. You bastard! To the kitchen, quick! We ran over to the kitchen, hearing that monster's laugh follow us once we were in. We could still see through the windows into the toy maker's little factory. Now I was desperately sure it wasn't a nightmare. The terror overwhelmed me, and Daisy's blood on my fingertips was more real than anything else I have felt. I turned around. Where's Dad? My mother grabbed a knife and got closer to me, holding me tightly in her arms. Stephen! With her trembling voice, she called him. But we sighed with relief when we saw him coming in the kitchen. Hurry up before... My mother's voice quavered and stopped. Just like me, she stared at Dad's pale face. He walked slowly, with a fixed look on his face, and his eyes wide open. Suddenly he fell on the floor, and behind him appeared Jason's frozen smile. The toy maker looked at him with crazed eyes. It looks like Dad's battery is running low. It should probably be recharged. Jason revealed a giant mechanical key and drove it into my father's back, already stained with blood. He turned it with force and twisted my father's backbone. At the second turn, I shouted, covering my ears to block out the sounds of the breaking bones. But I couldn't drag my eyes away from my father's body contorting itself like a snake. Go away! Be gone! Leave my child alone. My mother held me tight at her chest, and despite the terror and tears she shed, her face resembled one of those lionesses shielding her cub. Silence, woman! It's not you I want to talk to, growled the furious toy maker, and in the end, he pointed his white claw at me. Come with me, my sweet friend. We'll have fun together. We'll be back to laughing like we used to. No, you're just an insane psychopath. I don't know what kind of monster you are. I really don't have any idea how you could exist in this world. But one thing is for sure, you must disappear forever from my life. At the sound of my refusal, Jason's face clouded over and his eyes sparkled with fury. He started to rage, to contort himself and jerking his head as if he went into the brink of insanity because of me. I don't understand, he growled quietly. I don't understand, he screamed, grinding his teeth, his face becoming more terrifying. I was the only one who stayed by your side when your parents preferred work than staying with you. I was a loyal friend, while the ones surrounding you only looked for you when they needed it. He came closer. I gave you all my attention, giving you loads of toys and never made you lacking of nothing. I always aimed for your own good, and that's why I destroyed everything hurting you. His screams were so loud that they resonated over the walls, while my body shook in horror at every word. I got rid of all the people that saddened you, because I wanted you to be happy by my side. And after I looked for you for so long, you even forgot me? I was a true friend, but you turned your back on me. Suddenly his furious face relaxed, but not his previous insane smile. After doing everything for you, there isn't another explanation. There really is something wrong with you. He instilled it upon me with an accusatory look. You really were a very bad little girl, so I have to fix you up. What? I trembled with my voice. You heard me well, you little ungrateful. I will fix you up so you'll be good, he sniggered. You'll become a very beautiful toy doll. My mother, who was paralyzed by Jason's tirade, suddenly awoke and pointed the knife over him. If you ever dare touch Maggie, I swear I'll kill you. Jason looked at my mother with a challenging gaze and slowly came closer. The knife was trembling in my mother's hand, while the toy maker gave an inexpressive guise. She couldn't stand the tension anymore. She pushed me behind her and hurled herself at him. My mother stabbed him in the heart, and the monster opened his eyes wide. He made a contortion of pain, corrugating his dark eyebrows, and my mother smiled triumphant. Just kidding. In that moment, a smirk reappeared on Jason's face. He opened his arms with nonchalance, without even taking out the knife from his chest. My mother was shocked and stood still for a few seconds, but she was possessed by exasperation and started stabbing him several times, trying desperately to make him react somehow. The disgusting sound of flesh being pierced by the knife could be heard clearly while the shirt was ripping, but Jason kept his balance perfectly. "That's enough now," he commented in a bored tone. Then he hit my mother in the face, making her fall violently to the floor. "I'll be in trouble if you scratch it." I was quickly next to my mother, helping her get to her knees. The side of her face was already swollen. My eyes leaped to the toy maker. I was waiting for his immediate revenge, but I was petrified when I glimpsed what he was doing. He unbuttoned his shirt and drove his nails into his chest, close enough to the injuries he got from the knife. He sank his claws into his flesh and slowly started pulling on the opposite direction. The wound appeared as a little rip in the center, which enlarged as his flesh shredded like paper. A thick black liquid dripped to the floor. It was not blood. Even if it was, then it must have been something rotten. Something sparkled in his exposed ribcage. "You probably forgot how much I care for my splendid music box, but luckily everything is all right." He took his hands off his exposed chest and covered the hole with his shirt, hiding the music box that started to play from the inside. He then came closer. I wanted to scream. I wanted to beg, but the horror of what I had witnessed left me completely paralyzed to do anything, which implied squeezing up with my mother. It only took a yank from the toy maker to tear her out of my arms. He took her up without any effort and pulled her close to his chest to prevent her from wriggling away from him. He clenched his arm around her neck while the other arm blocked the hand that stabbed him. "Now I'll show you what happens to those whom try to hinder me. Mum." He slowly bent her arm in the opposite direction. She cried from pain, trying to set herself free, but the monster was strong enough to bend her limb and make her bone come out. My mother sank her nails into his blackened flesh, which flaked apart, producing a nauseating smell, but she could not set herself free since his grip was wrapped tightly. "All right, I'll come with you," I shouted with all the voice I had in my body. Jason raised his stare and gave me a serious look. My mother was becoming pale due to the pain and the blood loss. She needed my help, but there's nothing I could do but hand myself in to the toy maker. "You can take me with you, but leave my mother alone," I said with my trembling voice. "After all, we're friends, right?" I tried to make a convincing smile, despite that I was trembling from head to toe, and my eyes were filled with tears. Jason smirked. He was outright satisfied and pleased with his victory. "Excellent choice, Maggie." At that moment, his arms took back their usual colour. His lacerations healed over in just a few seconds, and he was back to his usual appearance. His face returned to its normal state, but I already knew what was concealed behind those amber-coloured eyes. It seems Jason accepted my surrender, but before leaving my mother, he took out of his pocket a little red mouse. It was unmistakably a toy, one of those with a big winding key. He grabbed my mother by the jaw and pushed it into her mouth. "What's wrong, Mum? Did the mouse take your tongue?" He laughed, amused, pushing her away from himself. In a nick of time, I saw my mother, eyes wide open and frightened. A light, then an explosion. She fell to her knees. Her jaw, her nose, and her eyes beat into a bloody pulp. She fell to the ground, a stain of blood pooling around her crumpled body. Blood and pieces of flesh spurted on me, but I was paralyzed in front of my mother's corpse, while Jason didn't stop laughing. "Why did you do that?" The toy maker's overwhelming shadow covered me, and he bent down to me, his face getting closer, which was spoiled by a rift on his flesh, wrought by the club. "Because I'm not your friend anymore, you little shit. Now I'm your creator." He then grabbed me by my arm and dragged me towards him. "Now, let me fix you up." "Sally, what?" Frank asked. "She had a nightmare, a very bad one. She said he touched her." "Well, who the hell is he?" "I don't know, Frank. But it was only a nightmare. I just wanted to inform you of what's been going on with her, and why she's been acting different." Johnny furrowed his brow in anger, his knuckles turning white, then calmed down quickly, thinking fast. He put on a smile and walked into the room, making it look like he just walked into their conversation. Get that a little bit more across. Yeah, that's better. That's better. In this video, I'm going to be covering one of the most notorious creepypastas of all time. Not Jeff the Killer, not Slenderman, but the Russian sleep experiment. Get on with it! This creepypasta is a little bit dark and a bit disturbing, so if you're not into that type of thing, what are you doing on this channel? Come on, it's a Jordan Pascati channel, that's what we do, dark and disturbing. If you're not into that type of thing, it's alright, maybe give this one a miss. But with that being said, let's jump right into the story. Enjoy. The Russian sleep experiment. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water and a toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised, falsely, that they would be freed if they submitted to the test, and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones and the one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win over the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber repeatedly, yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behaviour is how the other captives reacted to it. Or rather, didn't react at all. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. 2 of the non-screaming captives took the books apart, smearing page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sounds could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very high level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond, "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened, and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. they began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightfully call the state that any of them in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the centre of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the liquid on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 of the surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not by teeth, as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 had been seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still, many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count the ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine derivative, and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. His heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out, to the point that there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word, more, over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begged for the gas demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the three was taken to the only surgical operative room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought viciously against his restraints when the anaesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even through the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anaesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had triple the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anaesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head, yes, when someone suggested, reluctantly, that they try the surgery without anaesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour process of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically impossible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anaesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralysed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber, awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all three stopped struggling at the moment they let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious at this point all three were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again, for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for the EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on the paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as the one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. "I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you," he screamed at the man strapped to the table. "What are you?" he demanded. "I must know." The subject smiled. "Have you forgotten so easily? We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's head and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out. "So nearly free." See, it was pretty messed up. I warned you guys at the start for a reason. Quite disturbing. Hopefully I didn't scar anyone too bad. Any younger viewers, I'm sorry. I tried to warn you. So I finished off the drawing, and it was an interesting piece because not only did I use Copics as usual, I also used a ballpoint pen to add a bit of extra detail on the machinery, give some texture, and I feel like it created a pretty interesting look. I wanted to make something that looks pretty washed out. I didn't want too much contrast in this piece. I wanted it to look really unhealthy, like he's dying, which he was. It's really muted. The colour scheme of this is just really dull colours, and I feel like it worked pretty well for this. Some of it kind of blends together a bit too much, I feel like. Some of it needs to probably pop out a bit more. Overall, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. There are a few things I would change if I drew it again, but that's always the case with my drawings. They're never going to be perfect. There's always things I'll do differently, but that's all part of the process of learning. But I hope you guys enjoyed the story and the drawing. Hit the like button if you did, subscribe if you're new, and I will catch you guys in next week's drawing video. I'll see you then. This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. I had this doll for quite a while now. It was a beautiful porcelain doll. You know, the way that most porcelain dolls look like. It was just like that. Wavy long blonde curls, black eyes, a beautiful pink and red dress, with a typical headband with lace around the edges. It was a doll I had received from my mother at an early age. At that age, I had always thought it was such a pretty doll, a perfect look. My grandmother had almost 50 dolls of that kind, all of them beautiful, perfect porcelain dolls. But this one in particular, the blonde with the red dress, I will always remember, because this is the one that would be the death of me. I had lived alone for quite a while now. I had just gotten into college, seeing my whole life lay in front of me, and all I had to do was just go and pick what I wanted, easy as that. I was aiming for psychology, a subject I had started to respect and enjoy over the last 3 years. Seeing as my mother was a nurse and my dad a therapist, it was an obvious choice for me. But moving so far away from all my friends and family wasn't as easy as I thought. Sure, my roommate was a nice person, but maybe not as chatty as I had hoped. I wasn't a person to just sit quietly in my room and never speak until I had to. I enjoyed getting out, seeing friends, but I didn't have any time or friends around. No one would talk to me unless I wanted help from my teacher in school, or my roommate had forgotten to buy milk. It was lonely, to say the least. Homework was the only thing to keep me distracted from feeling lonely. I didn't have time to try to even make friends. Friends was a silly thing after all. I didn't have time to go and party, maybe find somebody. It was worthless either way, and my dad would skin me alive if I didn't keep my focus on the schoolwork. The only thing I had brought from home to remind me of my family was that doll. The girlish toy was displayed on my desk in front of my bed, smiling towards me when I needed someone to talk to, or just watch over me as I slept. It was me and that doll the whole time. That damn ugly doll. As time went on, I started to pull myself more and more away from any human contact as possible. The schoolwork was getting over my head. The regret of going here had begun filling my mind. But I couldn't quit now and go home, not after my parents had paid everything for my college and car to get here. I just had to stay and make the best out of it. I really tried hard, but with each day, the hatred of other people took hold of me, and I would need hours alone, just sitting in my room to cool off. It was getting harder to get out each day. My roommate despised me. I could tell, but I couldn't blame her. I was acting like a jerk. I refused to do my share of the daily chores, wiping the floors, taking out the trash, but I couldn't do it. I was being pulled into a dark hole, and with the loneliness came the paranoia. At first, I accepted being lonely, but it had reached that point where I started to realize my dumb behavior, trying to reach out to people to tell them that I wasn't feeling alright. There was only stress, and nobody had time to talk to a stupid college student. It was only the nerves. I hoped it was. I locked myself in my room, and I couldn't go out anymore. I had to send to my teachers and cancel my classes day after day. But it didn't matter. They didn't send anything in search of me. So I just kept spinning in my room, day after day, week after week. It was an evil circle I couldn't get out of. Then it happened. My room had been my cage. I wouldn't eat. I couldn't. It even reached that point where my roommate would come and knock on my door to see if everything was okay. But I didn't open it up. I just yelled back in reply that she should go away, and she did. She didn't care enough to make a second attempt. She never knocked on my door again. It was just me and my doll, watching over me and every breath I took. Then there was that night. This night, actually. It was a night I was so used to spending alone. I didn't even bother trying to turn on the lights as I stepped from my bed and pulled on my sweater and a pair of untied Converse shoes before I made my way out of my room, which I hadn't left in so many days. I needed fresh air, and my window was jammed and unable to be opened. It was in the middle of the night, maybe even morning. It was still dark outside, so I assumed it was still night, even though I hadn't checked the time yet. I couldn't care less. Anyway, it was a pain in the ass to come out of my room to not wake my stupid roommate up. All I needed was to get out for a minute or two and get some air, maybe go out and buy some cigarettes. I had promised myself to stop smoking, but lately, that was the only thing I had been doing. Smoking. I only snuck out late at night to go and get some new cigs. It was a bad thing, I knew, but it was the only thing to keep me going and kept me awake and sane. But that particular night, there was something strange. Someone had unlocked the gate out to the street. It hadn't happened before, and I thought the landlord held a hard hand to keep it locked at all times. Didn't bother, just pushed the little red box out of my pocket and started smoking. The good thing about the night was that there was no one around, no one to annoy me with their stupid voices. It was quiet, maybe just a car driving by, but then no more than that. It was peaceful. A few minutes after gaining some cold on my warm skin and some smoke inside my lungs, I decided to go back in and maybe try to watch some television. Nothing good aired at night, but it was always worth a try. I stepped back into the building and shrugged off the last bit of unwanted cold, making myself ready to sneak back into my room. But as soon as I came to the staircase, there was something in the way. Or someone. Someone was standing on the stairs. I had to admit, it did scare me to some point, but a second later I was back to my not giving a shit attitude and tried to walk up the stairs without confronting the person standing in the way. At first I thought it was my roommate, but the shadow of the person was too manly, too big to be the petite roommate I knew. I tried to pass the odd stranger and just slightly bumped my elbow into his, but he didn't move or speak. He just stood there. It was creeping me out. The scenario was too freaky, but of course there were other students in this apartment building just waiting to scare the shit out of some other poor first-year student, but I wasn't the one to be fooled. I didn't stop until I heard a sound. It was one of those sounds where it just causes your concentration to break shut. It was distracting, scaring, unnerving. I couldn't continue, so I just froze in position and tried to turn around to face him. At first, there was a cracking sound, the sound that had startled me. Then there was sobbing, a young man's voice of sobbing, but it wasn't human. Yeah, maybe to some degree, but the voice was pitching up, like it was breaking through a bad static screen. I stood only a few steps away from the man in the shadow. I wanted to break away from my sudden frozen state of mind, but I couldn't. I was stuck, like my feet had been nailed to the stairs. I was trying to speak, but he spoke before I had the chance to. It was getting clearer to see now, since spending some more time in the darkness. My vision was beginning to clear. He was wearing some kind of jacket, black. Everything black. A sewn cap with strings falling out from a hole in the back, also black. His hair was torn but long, like he hadn't been able to cut it for a long time or showered it. His appearance was etching inside my mind, but his voice appeared like a dagger in my ears. When he spoke, he made off another static noise, like a broken radio. But he spoke in words. I tried to calm myself down, but I was already too scared to try to bring myself to relax. "You're here alone, aren't you?" I swallowed hard. The thought of somebody spying on me this entire time was filling my head with the urge to vomit, feeling disgusted by this man and his voice. I just shook my head. No response. I couldn't give him a reply. I should have. Maybe it could have changed this whole situation for the better. Maybe if I hadn't been there now, scared for my life. But I was. And he knew that as well. But when I didn't give him the response he expected, he turned to me. and his sight was one of the most terrifying yet fascinating faces I had ever seen. He wasn't scarred or wounded in any way to make me feel uncomfortable by his appearance, but his eyes and his mouth. There was a weird glow, a golden orange glow. It filled both his eyeballs and his mouth, his teeth shining through in a bright yellow light. It glowed in the dark and cast a light across us, on the stairs, the floor, on me, and I could see his smirk on his grey-paned face. That's when I snapped. It wasn't human, and I had to get away from here. I broke through the invisible bonds and threw myself up the stairs, running up quickly as my untied shoes slammed against the wooden floor. I fled to my room without any second thought. Hopefully, my roommate that I had been ignoring for so many weeks would hear me and call the police. I closed the door after me and locked it, my stumbling feet bringing me across the floor and into the desk, knocking my precious family doll onto the floor. The porcelain broke and I gasped in panic, trying to recollect myself and my thoughts. There was no more noise after I had slammed the door to my room. No roommate coming after me. No weird glowing man in the stairwell. Just me and my broken doll laying on the floor. I tried to scream or cry, call for any help at all. It wasn't real. I had become too crazy, insane. After spending so many months just being alone, this is what had happened. I was laying on the floor, broken and shattered to pieces. I didn't know what to believe anymore. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor, pacing back and forth by crawling as best as I could. The cigarette from before now just sat like a needle in my throat. I was thirsty, but I couldn't move out to the kitchen to drink anything. Maybe he was there, still waiting for me to come out. But I wasn't moving out of my spot. I never did. After an hour of complete silence in the room, I began to calm down and I stood up to try to recollect myself. There was still that feeling of being watched, and I knew that feeling all too well. The feeling of being paranoid and lonely all came down to this, a breakdown. Once I remembered the doll being broken, I immediately started to try to patch it together. It was like the only thing I could focus on. My best friend, the doll. I managed to find a needle and thread in my room and some glue to get the doll back to its former glory, but it wasn't easy. No matter how hard I tried, the doll would just fall apart again. It became an endless attempt of nothing. I tried again and again, but it would just fall into pieces. My only friend. I became so tired from the sudden panicking and the fixing of the doll, I just passed out on my bed, curled up together in a ball with the blanket over my head, somehow imagining that no monster under the bed could reach me now. All I wanted was to sleep. I didn't know he would come back. This time was different, however. This time, I welcomed it. I was tired of running all the time, and I would rather die in my sleep than face another day of being lonely again. And now with my only friend broken, what was I supposed to do? It was tiring the way he approached me this time. It was like I was sleeping, but I could still control my body, like a lucid dream. I wouldn't dare to step into another day. Tonight, it would end, just like I had been afraid it would, but I didn't care anymore, didn't bother. I just wanted to have a long sleep and never wake up again, never face the loneliness again. He came back to me, with his hands guiding me up from my bed. He wrapped his mind around mine as I tried to see, but the only thing I could see was his grey hands holding mine tight. But suddenly there was a sensation I wasn't sure I could feel, of floating. Like a puppet, he cut 2 openings into my wrist, but it wasn't across, more like from the centre of my arm and down. He reached for something, muscles, something to peel out and hang on to. The bad thing was, I allowed him to do it. My struggle had become too much to bear with, and with the long pieces of muscle hanging out from the cuts on my wrists, he started to pull at them. He pulled at them like he wanted to control my body and arms. How it all came together in reaction to my nerve system and skeleton. He knew how it worked. Yet there was no pain that filled my heart or body. Just another piece of my mind staying at ease again. It was a wonderful feeling. It was like nothing else mattered. And as he continued to cut me open, he began to sing. They call me the puppeteer. My fingers are thin and my hands are stained with my tears. For the puppets I steer, with my strings and my dreams. It took me only a minute to lose every sense of my touch. My nerve system had been crushed under the hand of this man, this thing, breaking every bone in my body. I could feel him twisting my ribs and twisting my hip bones, all for it to make it easier for him to turn me into what he saw me fitting to be. It was like the long pieces of torn muscle were strings, controlling my limbs and my head flailing from side to side. All I could see was his smile, so I smiled back. They call me the puppeteer, my body dark and my eyes hunger of gold. In my eyes no one is alone, and with my strings and dreams, you shall be my friend too. The last thing I could feel was his hand tugging around my neck. Then, snap! At first I was afraid to see death approaching me this way. I had never thought of it this way. I would have said no and refused if I could have decided it on my own, but I didn't. I said yes. With a broken neck, death was just half a second away. Then there was nothing but a golden smile and his warm hands holding my strings as my body fell. Early the other morning, my roommate found me, dead. I had committed suicide by hanging myself off the ceiling fan, assuring my death. I had jumped from the bed. Beside me was that doll, the broken porcelain doll with the red dress and lovely blonde hair. You may be wondering how I'm writing this to you now, or how I found a way to contact you. I found it necessary to write down my story before I passed it on. This is my legacy. This is what I'm leaving behind. I couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. I couldn't stand facing the problems on my own. It took so long. Too long. Dear Mum and Dad, I'm sorry. The sky had darkened considerably, with only the most tenacious rays of dying light still passing the walls of corn. Somewhere in the distance, a woman's voice called out for her son. Hey, Frank. What? I still don't get it, Frank. Frank sighed yet again. This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. The Purple Balloon. It's times like these that make me wish I could just run away and never look back. I want to scream, but I can only cry internally from all the stress my family causes me. My father and stepmother always go at each other like a couple of lions fighting over a piece of meat. There is no peace, and sometimes I wish I could just crawl into a hole and never come out again. I desperately pray to God that every day would get a little better, but it never does. Nothing ever gets better. The only thing I look forward to anymore is sleep. The constant oppression and neglect from my stepmother only increases with every passing day. Sometimes I can't help but lie in bed and wonder if my family or friends would even miss me if I went away. Would people cry or just move on? The only love I remember feeling was from my father, but lately things have taken a turn for the worse. The fights have gotten more violent, and there were days I would find him crying, praying for a miracle to happen. As it grew dark out, I realised I'd been sitting in my room listening to them for several hours. I couldn't hear them arguing anymore. The damned grating noises of the clock above me only contributed to my frustration. That eerie silence heightened my anxiety until I couldn't take any more. I got to the door, and before I could get to the doorknob, it swung open. It was my dad, beaten, broken, and bruised. I gazed up at his tired face as I slowly walked towards him. Then and there, I decided enough was enough, and I lost all rational thought as I grabbed his hand. I gathered my strength and pushed my way past my stepmother. The rage plastered on her face made me panic as I tugged my father to his car. I got him into the passenger's seat and scooted over to the driver's side. I frantically locked the doors as I looked for my father. The Purple Balloon. It's times like these that make me wish I could just run away and never look back. I want to scream, but I can only cry internally from all the stress my family causes me. My father and stepmother always go at each other like a
If a paraglider made a phone plan, it would keep him connected so we could share pics from up here and, from down there. Stay connected with 3 networks in 1 with Google Fi, a phone plan by Google.
Full Sail University is a place where creative dreamers go to learn their craft, filling the world with music, entertainment, games, art, and technology. We are Full Sail University. We take dreams seriously.
Annyeong! Welcome to Delightful! Let's make Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokemon. Glaceon is the ice-type evolution of Eevee. There's a repeated diamond shape all over her body, and of course she's got this unique hairstyle already going on. Is it even hair? Or like, organic material? I don't know, it's kind of in that weird gray area, same as Sylveon, but anyway. According to Bulbapedia, the inspiration for this specific attribute is the Ushanka, an actual Russian-style hat. With that in mind, let's take a look at the concept art. My inspiration was a combination of traditional Russian costume meets Lolita fashion. I quickly hit a bump though. I really wanted to use Russian costume for this character, but Glaceon happens to be the least fluffy of all the evolutions, so... You see the problem? Why didn't they just make Glaceon a fluffy Pokemon? Because the cold never bothered her anyway? After studying a number of traditional Russian clothes, I noticed several key design elements I would try to include. Intricate borders and trims, detailed beadwork, and a vertical stripe down the center of the garment. Designs 3 and 5 were the most popular, so I combined those 2 for a final design. To be honest, I'm sure most people liked 3's outfit more, but I really wanted to make this poofy jacket, so forgive me. Next, I tried a couple of different color palettes, and I chose E due to its brighter saturation and more icy feeling. Here's the concept with her coat on and coat off version. Now there was a voice fighting me in the back of my mind this whole time, saying, you want to do the puffy jacket, but you know it strays pretty far from the slim design of the Pokemon. So I tried to revise my concept to satisfy both parties, providing a poofy exterior design and a slimmer version underneath. But the purple color wasn't too well received, so I changed it up a few more times, but at this point I was just confusing myself, so let's get to the doll. I will be using this Monster High Abby's body with this Frankie's hands and this Jane Boo little head. Because I want Glaceon to look petite and slim, I'm trading out Abby's larger, strong-looking clawed hands for Frankie's smaller hands. Same reason for the head swap. I love Abby's stronger jawline and molding, but it's not what I'm looking for this time. She's going to go through quite the transformation. Let's start with her head. After whacking off and pulling out all those hair plugs, I'm taking her outside to be airbrushed. I use Vallejo Game Air Paints. First, I use a primer to thoroughly coat the head, and once that dries, I mix up a desaturated blue with Abby close by for color reference. And voila! Jane Boolittle has become Jane Bluelittle. I have a couple of blues that might work for her unique hairstyle. This icy blue color is actually a color change hair, which I don't need this time, but it's nifty nonetheless. Taking acrylic, I mark the area where the colors shift so I don't get lost during the reroute. Take your rerouting tool, carefully peel away a pinch of hairs from the pile, loop it across your finger and onto the needle, and plunge it into the head. Just keep plugging, just keep plugging, just keep plugging, plugging, plugging. With the hair all in place, make it permanent by spreading Fabri-Tac glue around on the inside of her noggin. It dries pretty quickly, so act fast and squish it around good to make sure all the sides are coated. You don't want it falling out. While that's drying, let's move on to some body modifications. I want Glaceon to be shorter than the others, but not the little sister body type, so I'm going to shorten a standard-sized doll. Luckily, Monster High dolls have shins for days, so removing a chunk should still be okay. I'm going to mark the legs to keep the cuts even, and using a jeweler's saw, or mini hacksaw, saw them off. Abby is probably thinking, why me right about now? Now to reconnect the feet. Just gluing them back together would make them pretty fragile and weak, so using my hand drill, I'm going to create holes in each piece. Take a wire the same size as the hole to reconnect the pieces, and seal the deal with epoxy. Some of you might be thinking, that's a lot of effort for such a small height difference, is it even worth it? And it probably wouldn't be, but because she's a part of a group, it should be obvious and add variety when everyone's standing together. To make her ears, I'm going to use a wire base with Epoxy Sculpt on top. Epoxy Sculpt takes a few hours to thoroughly cure, so set them aside. Once it's dry, you can refine and sand down the modifications, and then paint them with acrylics. Apply a thin layer of glue with a brush, and sprinkle on some glitter for an icy effect. Here's her legs all done. Maybe a little lumpy, not my best work, but she'll be wearing boots most of the time, right? Seal and protect the color using a matte varnish. I add 2 to 3 coats. She's got a flat tail, like Leafeon, so it's simple this time. I sew and turn the shape of the tail, form a wire skeleton, insert it, and stitch the ends closed. Then I use acrylic paint to add the diamond tip and also alter the fabric color, which was close but not quite the right blue. And of course, add some more glitter to match. Drill a hole into the back of the doll and set the tail in place. I'm using my 2-part epoxy glue to make it permanent. With the main body modifications done, let's shift gears and work on her clothes. Here are all the scraps of fabric I could find in the right color palette that live in my fabric drawer. I'm showing you this because while I try really hard to make exactly what's in my concept art, the truth of the matter is, sometimes you just don't have the right materials. This was the case with her undersweater design. I just didn't have white ribbed knit fabric. I was still on the fence about it anyways, so I decided to throw caution to the wind and come up with something right on the spot. Here, I'm actually using the same example pattern I made in my doll clothing video. Links in the description for that. So keeping Russian aesthetic in mind, I'm sewing decorative lace along what is actually the selvage edge of the fabric. I thought it looked pretty. And even decided to stitch on a faux fur trim using this chunky yarn. You have to admit this is pretty cute. For her coat, I'll be making a modified version of this shawl pattern I made for a different doll. If you're serious about recreating this coat, please feel free to pause for the detailed on-screen instructions. I stitch the shawl together, creating armholes on the side seams, then add some fuzzy trim to the edges by folding it in half, pinning it on, stitching, and turning it. As you may know, working with knit can be tricky thanks to the stretch, so I suggest hand stitching this if you have the patience. I gather the shawl and stitch it right side to wrong side of the coat, folding it over like so. After forming the shape of the coat's centerpiece accent, I had to figure out how to give it that right texture. I wanted it to look shiny and icy. Luckily, I dug up what I think is called fairy film from the bottom of my materials box. I believe I bought it at Hobby Lobby. I stitch it down around the outer edge, then add the design on top with white acrylic paint. Next, I take some white cotton fabric that I've prepared by folding and ironing it to wrap around the edges and hide the stitches. Making the Ushanka was more simple than I thought. Turns out it's a single pattern piece. I add ear holes and a fluffy trim. The gloves, on the other hand, were a challenge. By using stretchy knit, I hoped I could fit the gloves over her hands, but they weren't having it. After several failed test gloves, I realized the only way I could have tight-fitting gloves was if the hand was already inside. So I cheated a little bit. By stealing my mannequin doll's hands and carefully hand-stitching them inside these gloves, I can simply switch hands for when Glaceon needs to remove her gloves. To ensure I'll never lose the unused hands, stitch a hidden pouch on the inside of her coat that holds the spare. And shoes. I can't believe I only just discovered her, but go check out Walker Color's channel and binge on her amazing shoe tutorials like I did, because she totally saved the day for Glaceon's boots here. Her techniques involve paper macheing a cast of the doll's legs and feet, removing them, and decorating the boots from there. It's genius! I'm wrapping mine in cloth to match her gloves and add more fluffy fur and epoxy sculpt. Whew, that was a lot of clothes and accessories. Let's switch back to the doll. It's time to paint her face. Using MSC and a vapor mask, give the doll a spray from about 30 centimeters away. Yeah, it's a different view now that we've moved to our new apartment. I give her face 2 layers, waiting 30 minutes in between applications. Let's start with broad applications of color. I'm going to add a subtle white around her muzzle, some color to the lips, and some eyeshadow, as well as a hint of eyebrows, all with my hand-rolled Mungyo pastels. Use a kneaded eraser to shape and carve away the pastel until you're satisfied. With the initial colors in place, spray her again. Next, going in with a blue pencil, I form the shape of her eyes and fill in her cute Glaceon nose. Sketch in the iris shape and add the eyelid. If things still aren't quite even, better to fix it now at the line work stage rather than later. Time to build up the color. I won't mention it every time, but whenever you want to save your progress or build up more values, give her another spray of sealant. Go in with a darker indigo to add depth and layer up the color in the whites of the eyes, pupils, and eyebrows. Make sure to sharpen those pencils frequently so that you can reach down to the corners of the eyes and the lips. Taking a white pencil, I begin to highlight and bring forward details in the face, like around the eyelids and inner corners, as well as under the eyebrow. This part always feels a bit like a makeup tutorial, doesn't it? Here's a still of her face with only the right side highlighted. See how it makes it look more 3D? Next, I'm going to build up the lip color. I didn't have the right pastel, so I'm going in with pencils. I actually wanted my Glaceon to have thinner lips than this, but all Monster High dolls seem to be blessed with full, luscious lips, so not much I can do about it at this point. After popping in a bottom row of eyelashes, let's add some micro glitters to make her skin look like sparkling snow. Subtle, but very pretty. I've taken the face up as far as I can with pencils, so now I'll finish it up with acrylic paints. I've found that the airbrushed vinyl heads don't handle pencils that well. Add opacity to the whites of the eyes and continue to push and pull the values until everything looks saturated enough. To make her eyes look more frosty and magical, I'm adding blue and green micro glitters to the iris. I also added some normal glitter and attempt to make the effect more obvious. The white highlight goes in the center of the pupils this time to match the Pokemon's artwork. Going back to the lips here, I had a thought about making them thinner. I can't change the mold at this point, but I can paint in teeth to give her an open mouth look. Not a big difference, but it will decrease the surface area of the lips by a smidge. I like the expression it gives her too. Finishing touches here and there, and spray her one last time with MSC. After 30 minutes, you can add shiny gloss to parts of her face like the lips, eyes, and nose. Now she can finally be freed from her weird burrito head wrap, and we can style the hair. First, I'm going to get everything to lay down flat by pouring hot water over the head. Then I divide the front part into sections to determine where the bangs will start and stop. I make a cut across the bridge of her nose to start and hesitantly cut my way up from there. Despite having to maintain bangs myself, I've never been great at cutting them. I spent 2 hours on her bangs, and this is the best I could do. Clearly, I'm not a gifted stylist, but hey, I did my best. After neatening up the edges, we can attach her ears. Oops, forgot to cut these off. There we go. Just poke the wires into the head and twist them together on the inside. This part's a little tricky because you don't want to squish the face, so be careful. And at last, her head can go on the Abby body. Before we can play dress up though, there's one more thing I have to make, the icy gemstones. I've been mulling over how I was gonna make these the entire time, so I unintentionally saved them for last. I formed these 4-sided molds out of some plastic packaging by hot gluing the sides together, then standing them up straight. Next, I coat the insides with baby powder in the hopes that it will prevent sticking. This was my first try, so you'll get to see exactly how it goes. Next, we take our clear 2-part epoxy glue and mix it together. Let's add some glitter, a little blue micro glitter, and anything else you want in there, and mix it in. Most epoxy glue cures in about 5 minutes, so work fast and pour it into your molds while it's still liquidy. It looks promising, but I'll have to wait and see. And wow, I can't believe it went this well on the first try, guys. I'm kind of proud. But it looks a little too opaque, so I'm going to make a couple more and use the best of the bunch. One last thing. For her hair decoration whatchamacallits, I used similar methods to the coat's centerpiece, but used fabric paint for the trim. I sew a twist tie on the back and add a couple of beads and bows. That's the last accessory, I swear. Now we can finally put Glaceon together. Taking into account that she was assembled from 3 different dolls and essentially has 2 outfits, I think she's the most elaborate doll of the Eeveelutions. What do you guys think of her? Feel free to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. You can also follow me on Instagram and Twitter for silly stuff like this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only one Eevee left. I think you know who it is. See you in the next video. Stay artsy. Annyeong! Box. Annyeong! Welcome to Delightful! Previously on the stock box, you voted to see a dragon custom. I was excited for this one because I've loved dragons ever since I was a little girl, and with the recent release of the Spyro Reignited trilogy, my enthusiasm for this project is through the roof. Let's see who's available to use as a base. Who's left in here? You know, it occurs to me that newcomers to this hobby are having a harder time getting their hands on good dolls to customize. Someone unfamiliar might not realize that Monster High's older releases are much higher quality than the new ones, and since our favorite brands have now come to an end, we're having to start looking elsewhere for quality doll bases, but that's a topic to unpack in another video. I narrowed it down to these 3 dolls, all with different potential, and turned to you guys for help on Instagram and Twitter. Venus won the vote, and you can see why. She's got yellow-green skin that's a classic dragon color, and her slim, angular features already lend themselves to a magical creature. Some people might say Venus was an obvious and cliché choice for a dragon, but there's a difference between classic and stereotypical. As an illustrator trained in game character concept art, this is a topic which I deal with quite frequently. How can you take something as overused as a dragon and make it unique? This is where I turn to the aforementioned Spyro Reignited games, which demonstrate this perfectly. The artist returned to the common European-style dragons we all know and love from the original games, and updated them with beautiful new designs and colors. Each dragon has a theme, like an item or character trait that dominates their design, but each retains that classic dragon look. This keeps them feeling fresh and new without looking cliché. See what I mean? If you couldn't tell, I'm really inspired by this game. So, fangirl moment aside, let's start customizing Venus. There's a lot of firsts for me in this video, so buckle up. First, we're going to strip down the doll to its bare base. This involves cutting off all the hair and wiping off the face with acetone. Dunk her into hot water for about 30 seconds and then pop off her squishy head. Doll customizing would sound so weird out of context, huh? The flocking was stubborn, so I poured a shallow pool of acetone into a jar, let that soak in, then scraped it off with a chopstick. Tug the rest of the hair plugs out of the head through the neck hole, and our doll is ready to customize. We're going to try our hand at head shrinking. You heard that right? I've wanted to try this ever since I saw Tamakyu's video over a year ago. She references Derili's blog and videos, which gives an in-depth analysis on doll head shrinking, so I did the same. At first I thought I'd try the slow shrinking method by mixing 70% acetone with 30% water. However, I accidentally reversed the ratios, so virtually nothing happened. It took me 2 sessions to realize my mistake. What a waste of time! Not willing to wait much longer, I decided the heck with it and went for the 100% acetone fast shrink approach. Fill a large jar with ample space around the head with enough acetone to submerge it. Now set your head aside and let it pickle for about 2 hours. This is the fun part because I'm always looking for more ways to freak out house guests. Alright, while her head is pickling, let's work on the body modifications. First up is a great big pair of dragon wings. Of course, it's up to personal preference. You could give her cute and small wings like real Monster High dolls often have, but I wanted to go full dragon. She's going to have a massive set of articulated wings, so I sketch out a rough plan on paper first. It changed a bit, but it was a good idea to have a reference for size. I knew these would have to be lightweight if they stood any chance of holding a pose, so I decided popsicle sticks and small bolts and nuts was our best option. I think I've been calling these screws in previous videos, but they're bolts because they have a blunt end. Sorry for using the incorrect terminology. So, each knuckle of the wing will get 1 bolt and 1 nut. Take a drill bit the same size as your bolt, and make all the necessary holes. I recommend going very slowly because the wood wants to split. I split at least 5 or 6 times before I got the hang of it. Here's what it looks like so far. To allow for a 3rd dimension of movement, I'm going to use hinges to attach the wings to her back. I need this piece to be an L shape, so I glued a couple sticks together to get this, and drilled more holes that line up with the hinge. Looks kind of funny on its own, but it makes a strong base piece for the wing. You can see here that I used 2 layers of sticks nearest to the bases of the wings for strength, but went with single sticks everywhere else to keep it lightweight. To make this look a little less like an artsy-craftsy popsicle stick project, draw